pleasure to welcome you on this occasion of University.
Check. Check. Check 1, 2.
Kindly requesting our attendees outside, please let's come inside. Settle down so that we start off in the next 2 minutes. Thanks. Anyone else wants to try? No name, no game. Anyone back there? If you don't have a domain name, you haven't got game. You don't have game. You're not ready for the future if you're not online. Yeah? So if you're preparing to make impact, to be a part of the future, you must have a name, a domain name, a .ke name. All right? So that's the caption on the t-shirts that you have or that you'll get. My name is Gitao Muraguri. I'm marketing manager at Kenya Network Information Center. Very happy to see all of you here for Universal Acceptance Day. It gives me great pleasure to stand here before you. For one reason is that I am an alumni of USIU. I graduated many, many years ago. Let me not say exactly how many years ago, but there are many years ago. I suspect some people are not born, but let's not go there. And so it gives me a lot of pleasure to come back to my former university and be a part of Universal Acceptance Day that has been brought to you by KENIC as well as some of our as well as our sponsors. So I want to start by recognizing the people in the room, and I'll start with our dear CEO, Andrew Lewela. Thank you very much. Next, our ICANN representatives, that's Mr. Bobo Cheng and the entire team of ICANN. Please stand and just wave. And we have a team from UNESCO. Please stand and just wave. And then we also have a team from our host institution, which is USIU. I think Professor Wamuyu was here. He's probably stepped out a bit. And we'll also be joined by Dr. Billy Wadongo, also our host. Then we have a team from Kiktanet. Awesome. Good stuff. Representing Dr. Grace Githaiga. And then we have students from across the different universities and institutions. So today we'll be talking about universal acceptance. I think why this also just holds a special place in my heart is when we graduated, we always used to look forward to commencement, which was the graduation event. And we had a really dear gentleman called Professor Galen. Many of you might not know him, but he was beloved. He's passed on, so rest in peace. But there's a particular way he used to pronounce. He was, I think, of British origin, if I remember. And there's a particular way he used to pronounce names. And we all looked forward to that day when your name would be pronounced like really differently. So mine would have been something like Gitau Muraguri, because he used to really stress out all the consonants and all the letters. And that was one thing that we really looked forward to. So when it comes to universal acceptance, it's pretty much the internet's way of accepting not necessarily or almost predominantly English words and names, but it's just a way of accepting names and domain names and even web addresses that are not only English. So you can have njeri@brand.ke or kamau@investment.com or whatever. So this is what universal acceptance is. Welcome, Professor Wamuyu. You can join us here. So at this point, just to let you know that since we've started just a bit late, we will really fast track our program so that we're able to conclude everything that we've planned for the day. And at this point, I want to maybe welcome our CEO just to give a few words. Invite our host, and then we can take it from there.
The host invites
We could do it that way also. So maybe our host, yeah. So Preventer, Prof, please come. Let's clap for him. Karibu sana, Professor.
Thank you and good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the best university in this country. And I hope we are comfortable to be here. Today is an interesting day that we can talk about .ke. For those of us who has been in internet for a long time, we know there's a time when we are not able to even access it in our homes. We are not able to use it unless you pay 50 shillings per minute. But even today, as we talk about universal acceptance, multilingual internet, inclusivity, we still experience a lot of internet divide. And therefore, KENIC and its partners have tried to address this. And I'm happy that today we can be here, see some practical examples, have the discussions, and understand that whether you are coming from Papua New Guinea, speaking one of their 800 languages, or you are coming from Kanyamkago in Urili sub-county in Migori, speaking your Dharuo, or you are coming from Kamakwa, Monongaini in Nyeri, speaking your Kikuyu, or you are somewhere from Banisa in Garissa speaking your Somali, you can still be online. And you can still be able to communicate. So whether you are from Kwanongoma in Durban, South Africa, with the isiZulu, we still can be able to see and understand what you're doing. So as we begin this meeting, I hope we'll have a wonderful day of sharing our experiences. And beyond and above, we must register our .ke. Traditionally, we know the 5 main domain, the .com, the .net, and we used to be proud that I am a .net, or I am a .com. Then all of a sudden we had .biz. And all of a sudden we start saying is .your name, and things keep on moving up and down. And whether you are using any script, internet now, as KENIC is helping us here, we need to own it and be part of ourselves. You are a .ke. So you may stop shouting the way most Gen Z shout +254. I say, I'm .ke. Thank you, and I will welcome the CEO to start us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof, and for the warm welcome to the best university on the continent or in Kenya? Or on the continent. And I will repeat the same thing when I go to Nairobi University, just to be safe. Good morning, everyone. A big welcome to our very first Universal Acceptance Day in Kenya, hosted by our gracious host, the USIU Africa, together with other partners, including sponsorship from ICANN. Thank you, ICANN, represented here. UNESCO, who are also in the room. I also want to recognize our partner or sister agency, KICTANET, which brings the community together. I also want to recognize all the people who are joining us online from wherever you are in our great motherland and indeed Africa. We are here for a fantastic conversation, and I'd like to dovetail my comments with what Professor has just started sharing. He has made my evangelism of .ke very easy today. I think he speaks with a lot of passion about why the internet, why domains, and why .ke is important, especially for our young generation. Not only as an identity, a secure, safe, reliable identity, but truly a catalyst for the digital economy and growth for all our people. Allow me to reflect on a few things before we get to hear from our partners and experts on this subject. I will not attempt to define universal acceptance. I think there are experts who are better equipped. But I'll speak to why cooperation on these and many other topics on the internet is crucial. Universal acceptance for me is what our partners call the gateway to the next 1 billion users on the internet. This is truly, I believe, what will catalyze a truly inclusive internet. And we've been discussing inclusivity of the internet for many years, with the many barriers that exist around taking internet to every home, to the last mile. But today, we want to just speak about the issue of culture and language around those barriers. And I'm looking forward to those conversations of how, as a technical community, we can help bring this 1 billion citizens on by tackling the language opportunity. I don't say it's a barrier, it's an opportunity. Because linguistic diversity will truly improve the experience for many human beings online. That diversity, if we're able to figure it out, it will truly, and Prof has given very good examples of parts of the world that we don't even know. But an internet that brings everyone in there will truly open up the 8 billion plus opportunity for citizens of the world. I'm happy to say that this initiative today helps us to mainstream the conversation around why an inclusive internet, a multilingual internet is important for everyone. And collaboration is at the heart of it. So thank you, USIU Africa, as part of the academia, for hosting us for the first UA Day. We want to see more universities as part of Kenneth coming in. Thank you for the communities in the room of students, innovators, policymakers, business partners. And I urge my fellow colleagues, captains of industry, to pay attention to this conversation. To the techies in the room, to demystify it for us so that we can make this successful. I want to singularly shine a beam on our partners, ICANN, because of some of the work they've done together with UNESCO to make these UA days possible. In the last couple of weeks, and Kenya has its chance today, we have over 38 universal acceptance days happening all over the world. And I was very interested in our peers in Africa. We have 9 countries, including Kenya, Uganda, Senegal, Nigeria, Benin, Lesotho, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, and Cameroon are having a similar conversation. So, well done to the African countries that are taking this seriously with the support of ICANN. Secondly, ICANN has also challenged us, and I think our colleagues will speak about it because they are at ICANN, that beyond the conversation we're having today, to start unpacking this, can we bridge the training around universal acceptance? Can Prof and the USAID team help us with a syllabus, if at all, that we can take as part of training? These are the questions that we will be asking our partners to help us with so that we can mainstream .ke on the back of that. So, to the technical community in the room, my call to action for the next couple of hours as we have this conversation with everyone in the room, everyone on the continent, are we ready for UA? Are we ready? And it takes a personal dimension. If you are the system admin managing, monitoring networks, ensuring DNS works, without getting technical, are those pillars of technology ready to make this possible for users? If you're a policy maker, Are there any things on that road to a truly inclusive internet? So the ISPs in the room, through Kictanet, through TESPOC. And I'll be taking this conversation as part of our tech policy summit being run by Kictanet next week and the Internet Governance Week for Kenya. I'll be putting this front and center to other colleagues in the industry. Are we ready to be evaluated to be truly universal acceptance champions? So I think today, if we agree on that matrix of what does readiness look like, and then through cooperation, we start connecting the dots, I think we'll have a meaningful internet for the continent and for the world, and we'll truly contribute to a universal acceptance regime or environment that truly makes the internet multilingual. So I want to, again, I started on the onset by thanking the partners, but I want to reiterate that we will not stop. As .ke, we will continue to work with like-minded partners to ensure that we continue this conversation into the future. So this is our very first UA Day here at USIU. I know Prof might be keen for us to come back, but we are asking that how nice if we could take it to all hubs, all universities across the country. And I hope those who are joining us online, you can spread the word. For those who are not already online, to join us for the next couple of hours, as we bring this to the ecosystem. So it is now my humble duty or it's my singular duty to just wish you well, declare Universal Acceptance Day on, and looking forward to the conversations, the content in terms of what is possible. And I want to hand you over back to a very able Sergeant at Arms to take us forward. Thank you, Gitao.
We call him Chief Evangelist for .ke. Allow me to now invite representative from ICANN, June Okal. So let's clap for her as she comes.
Thank you. Thanks, Gitao. Tevin. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're well, despite the cloudy, confused Nairobi morning weather. So my name is June Okal. I am a director responsible for East and Southern Africa at ICANN. ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation Names and Numbers. We are in the business of names, thank you. We are in the business of names and numbers, which is IP addresses or Internet Protocol addresses, that's the numbers, and the names like Gitao, Prof, and Chief Evangelist have mentioned the .kes, .coms, .net, .org, etc, and the like, but we'll run through most of those. Before I proceed, thank you to UNESCO for being here. Our Universal Acceptance team is very, very happy about it. And the collaboration is fantastic because this is something that we both deeply care about. I will also recognize my team, our boss, Bob Oching. In case you ever want to come by the ICANN office and have a cup of tea, we are at GTC, 14th floor. Ask for Bob at Anunua Chai. And na atalipa, alafu mimi na Stacy tuta support, you know. So Bob is our senior director for the new GTLD round, which we'll talk a bit about, and Stacy Ayo is our secretariat for the Coalition for Digital Africa. Okay, let's get into universal acceptance and what it means, how we plug in, how we engage. Thanks, Tevin, by the way. I think it's already been mentioned that multilingualism on the internet, and I like how Andrew said it, you're able, and Prof as well, you know, you're able to get on the internet, engage on the internet, act as you should, but within your languages. So for a long time, the internet was pegged and reliant on Latin script. So that's our regular ABCs. But there's different scripts in different languages. Africa, for example, we have more than 2,000 languages across the continent, you know. And the question has always been, how do we get these people to engage in their languages to make sure the internet experience is the same and everyone has an equal level playing field? In other parts of the world, you'll find they have completely different scripts. So think of Chinese. How are you able to get a domain name in Chinese, for example, in the Chinese script? Or think of Indian, you know, and we'll get into some of those, or Arabic, which is something interesting for our region, or even Ethiopian Amharic, because there is an Ethiopian Amharic script that goes into it. So universal acceptance is the idea and the intention that anyone and everyone, regardless of what language you use, should be able to access, engage, and interact with the internet. We all know we live in a multilingual world, and at ICANN, we believe in one internet. So at the core of our work and our mission is to ensure that everyone has the same internet experience, regardless of where you are in the world. And we work at the back end to make sure that it works and coordinates perfectly without any hitches. Language diversity, we all know about it. I mean, we're Kenyan, for example. We have more than 42 languages to start with, and can imagine how the numbers shift for the rest of the continent. Digital inclusion has particularly been a big conversation around the continent, and UNESCO can speak a bit on this as well. It's key to find an internet and build an internet that allows everybody to contribute meaningfully in their language, right? Such that you're not forced to have, you either have to amend yourself into using the Latin script, which is the ABCs, or even voice notes. Interesting fact, this is a bit off topic, but I used to work for Facebook, and we used to manage WhatsApp, especially for the sub-Saharan Africa region. And you'd find that there's a community in West Africa, I think it's a Senegalese, that's the #1 user of WhatsApp voice notes. I know we don't probably do this a lot in Kenya, but you'll find in African countries, particularly where literacy is low in terms of writing and speech, a lot of people communicate through voice notes. And that's a very interesting finding because the regular Latin script doesn't have the accented, you know, the letters. So like, you know how, without disclosing my age, if you did like the river between, for example, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, you know, the you know what I mean? Like the accents that we have in different African languages. A lot of those are not on our keyboards and on our devices because most of it is in English script. So you find a big number of Africans actually engage via voice notes, and it's really, really popular. But that's what we're trying to solve and to fix for. So there have been several sessions and meetings where the issue of ensuring multilingualism across domain names and email addresses are done and are implemented over the years. So this is an ongoing multi-year process, and as latest as last year, our international meetings have been discussing IDNs, international domain names, and universal acceptance. A quick one, we have a bad habit at ICANN to use acronyms. So if you hear me pop an acronym, that's a fine. So and Bob will pay the fine, but in case you hear an acronym that you don't know, take count. Kenneth also does the same thing, but I noticed Gitao used the full name, but yeah. Anyway, so we'll try and avoid acronyms. So, like I said, our system and our work is managing, it's at the intersection of the names and numbers, right? And so we manage the domain name system, which is kind of like an address book that translates the numbers, which is the IP addresses, to the names. So think of www.kenic.or.ke, the names. So whenever you log onto a website, behind the scenes, there's an address book that we manage on behalf of the world that translates that to and enables you to engage meaningfully. there have been several changes over several decades. Even before some of us were born, I'd like to say, sisi kama Gen Z. No, but on a serious note, there have been several iterations around domain names, the ecosystem, and the top-level domains, which is also what Prof alluded to. Initially, and Bob will speak fantastically to this, initially when the internet came up and was launched, there were several set numbers of domain names. And that's the end. So you think of your .com, .net, .org, .mil, who else? There were 7. Bs and different ones. And then the country code top level domain names came up. So the country code ones are like your .ke, .tz, .za, .sa, you know, for Saudi Arabia and the like. And it keeps expanding, and Bob will speak a bit about that in terms of how the shift has been happening. However, one of the issues that we've had and that we're trying to address is that when new names would come up, for example, .app, .africa, .legal, that it wouldn't resolve because the system was used to the either 2 letters or the 3 letters. And so this is particularly what the whole conversation around universal acceptance is. It's that if I send you an email from my www.junocal.africa email, you should be able to receive it without an error, and that it should be able to resolve. But that is a conversation that has still been happening and is still ongoing as we're trying to get more people on board. In addition to the longer ones, apart from the 3 letters and the 2-letter domain names, we also have internationalized domain names. The acronym for that is IDNs. And you'll find that there's different local languages and different scripts. So for example, for Africa, what we found has been relevant is like in North Africa, where they speak Arabic, you might have your domain name in the Latin script, but then you can also have your domain name in Arabic as well. And that has really made it easier for people to come online and engage authentically as they desire and deserve. We at ICANN have several opportunities, let me not say rounds, to open up the space wider, right, for new names to come onto the internet. And it's through that we got certain names like .Johannesburg, .Cape Town, think of it like whatever it is, and so on and so forth. We currently are in the middle of a new round of generic top-level domain names to open it up further. And Bob will speak to that because he is the lead on that project currently open. So in terms of how the DNS has expanded, DNS domain name system, like we said at the beginning, there were generic TLDs, so your .com, org, net, travel, Asia, info, edu, and then you have the country code ones, so your .ke, ZA, JP, FR, and then around 2009, the non-Latin scripts were introduced. So you can see the Chinese script, the Arabic, and so on and so forth. And then moving on from the last round we had in 2012, we now got new names like .car, .bank, .technology, .london. In Africa, we got .africa, .cape town, .joburg, and .durban. And then there's also different various scripts of IDNs, the internationalized domain names down there. So where we are at now is there are a total of 61 IDN CCTLDs delegated for 42 countries and territories. So in whatever language, because I can see some Arabic, that looks like Indonesian, that looks like Mandarin, Chinese. Now more people are able to have their scripts in that language without having to conform into Latin script and be locked in that space. So these are some of the GTLDs, generic top-level domain names, that have been shared or developed over the time. One thing I mentioned around email bounce backs, for a long time the system couldn't read emails that had longer than 2 or 3 letter codes. So For example, if you have a .africa email address, and I don't know if any of you bank with ABSA or have any conversations with ABSA, they use absa.africa. And sometimes when you send them an email, your system, depending on who your server provider is, your email will bounce. So you'll have the right email address, let's say wangari@absa.africa. They'll send you an email, but it will bounce if that system is not UA ready. And it's always an interesting thing to notice, because there's a way you can look at it and search, which I'll share shortly, just to see if your system's email addresses are UA ready or not. Ideally, it should not be an issue, but the reality is it has been, which is why we keep pushing a lot for more inclusion and inclusivity. You will notice, so this is what I was saying, when certain email addresses do not resolve because the system doesn't understand it. You know, you might get an error and it'll say, oh, please enter a valid email address. I don't know if this has been an issue for, mostly you'll find people who use Gmail, for example, and Yahoo, that it might resolve okay. But then for other systems, if you use a different domain name, it doesn't resolve and you get an error. And so that's what we are really working towards fixing. So there's different EI acceptance, different websites. The numbers keep going up. We have a dedicated task force at ICANN that tries to advocate strongly for better systems, especially with the quote-unquote bigger service providers. So think of your WordPresses, your Gmails, and the like, your Bluehost, and all of the like. Email IDs are being adopted at a high rate in different countries. You can see where we are at, especially for our native scripts, right? So like as Prof was saying, in Zuluo, for example, you know, you have certain accents. Some things, some words are phrased in certain ways that you really can't get into with regular Latin script. So these are the numbers, and they're growing because we're actively trying to push for more inclusion and better representation. For us at ICANN and with our partners, we do think this is a big part of digital inclusion. I'm sure you've had the conversation around meaningful connectivity, meaningful engagement, digital inclusion, Africa being the next billion, Africa's population being 60% under 25, you know, all those stats that the sponsors like to hear. Which is true. And so for us, it's fundamental that we catch up with the rest of the world, but that we are also represented on the internet as a force to reckon with moving forward. So what's universal acceptance? I think we've talked about it, but it allows whatever email address you're using or website you're using to get resolved successfully on the system. This makes it so much easier for you to engage, interact with whatever email addresses you're dealing with or whatever websites you are. Our goal and the vision is to have all valid domain names and email addresses work in all software applications. It's a big milestone and a big goal, but we have dedicated teams working on this just to ensure that there's better consumer choice, to improve competition, and provide broader access to end users, who is you and I. Why does UA matter? And I'm sure UNESCO will agree with a number of these things. Like I said, we all know the history of the internet. It started in the US, right? And then penetrated the rest of the continent and the rest of the world, right? Not everyone is fully connected to the internet. That's a conversation we still keep having around being unconnected and underconnected. But with UA, because of the acceptance of different languages and scripts, you find different people are able to plug in a multicultural and a multilingual way, such that you don't have to conform into the Latin script that exists, but you're able to engage in your comfortable language of choice. There's better trust and freedom of expression as well, better competition and innovation, such that as a consumer you have a choice. it does create social and business opportunities. There are several career advantages for devs and system admins. And it also assists governments and policymakers in communicating with their citizens. So it does have a democratic aspect and angle to it as well. I think we've talked about that, covered the different countries. So how do you make the applications UA ready? There are processes and we have teams dedicated to this. You start with accepting, so the users can input characters from their local scripts into the text field without issues. Then you validate, the software accepts those characters and recognizes them as valid, such that you don't get the errors telling you this email address or domain name doesn't exist. And then the system performs operations with the characters in the back end, and the database can store the text without breaking or corrupting. And then lastly, when you fetch it from the database on the back end, the information is correctly shown and presented to you. Tevin. Amani Dorin. Unajaribu kuniambia time imeisha? But I'm almost done. I like that hata unajua ni wapi umenikatia. So I can see the intentions. Okay, so then this isn't working. Okay, it was. Okay, good. Is it me or is it you? It's you? It's me. I think it's Nilifanya to the back button. It's a user problem. Very serious. Anyway, just to wrap it up, depending on which community group and ecosystem player you play within the ecosystem, there's an opportunity and a role for impact in trying to solve for the UA problem, right? So think of your tech enablers. So when programs are being written and software is being written, there's certain ways that they can be built to allow for universal acceptance. For the devs who are writing the code and building the programs, tools, and the different frameworks, there is an opportunity there to ensure that you're ready. For email software and service providers, so think of your Gmails, your Bluehosts, and the like, WordPress, even for websites, there is an opportunity for them to ensure that their systems are UA ready as well. And then we also have the government policymakers and within academia by trying to create more awareness and including universal acceptance as part of the curriculum in their schools. As we've mentioned, okay, imekata kusonga. Civil society, which does, is it easy if you just move it for me? Yeah. Okay, deal. Academia as well, which is why we're here. Next slide, please. The technical community as well, which Gitao and CEO also mentioned. If you're in that ecosystem, then there's an opportunity there to build the right tools and solutions. Next, please. Domain registries and registrars. I think someone from Kennick will get into this and explain what registrar is, and the 3R model, hopefully with no acronyms. Yeah. For domain owners and holders, or registrant, which is also a term that Kennick will get into. Next. And then our collaboration with UNESCO, which I know they will also mention as well. Next. So that wraps it up, right? Because there still continues to be a commitment to multilingualism. The work is still ongoing. There is a lot of work. You're more than welcome to join us and help advocate for this, because otherwise we are not playing at an equal playing field, right? And Africa is trying to catch up with the rest of the world. Next slide, please. Next. There's conversations around indigenous languages, but that's particularly unique to like North America and the like. Next. Next. So there's a lot of work that's happening between UNESCO, ICANN, and the other partners. And every year we try and dedicate a UA Day. I know Andrew mentioned the number of events that are happening across the world over the past few weeks, and it's all available on the website. You can see it and access it. There's conversations happening all across the world and in different spheres and spaces. And we have always worked very closely with UNESCO to mark this day. Next, please. The next round. At this juncture, I will hand it over to Bob to speak briefly on the next round and what that means and how it's relevant to universal acceptance. Kijujutu.
Probably we need to help June with some water. That was a lot of work. I'm not sure she avoided all the acronyms or she has a fine. Okay, so seems like we need to see each other behind the tent, as they say. I hope it's still morning. I will be very quick on this because it is very easy to turn PowerPoints into a very boring session, isn't it? And I can assure you that is not our intention. So if you look to your neighbor and they seem to be resting their eyes, it is not their fault. They're simply meditating about the huge work needed to make UA important. So before I probably reinforce what June was saying, so that we don't lose the plot, this is a very important exercise, global. And, they say that the internet is local and global. Without your local internet, there is no global internet, isn't it? In fact, if I were to ask the 50 or so plus of us in this room to define what the internet is, we probably could get 50 definitions, different but all right. Because the internet is this network of networks, meaning it is local and global. Now, there is a lot of effort. I think the Africa Forward Summit is just ended yesterday, and therein there was a lot of discussions on connecting the last mile. So there is a lot of interest in bringing the world online, isn't it? And that is an inspiration for governments, for civil society, for different players in this ecosystem. Imagine if there was no internet for 1 minute in this room. I think the first thing I saw when I got here on the screen was what? So with the Wi-Fi password, we could do without breakfast, isn't it? Like, that is how pervasive the internet has become. So that if it is missing, you feel like something really strange is happening. So it is that critical. Now, if you see here, I'm seeing here Internet for All. If you look at the ICANN logo, you'll see one world, one internet. There's a reason for that. There's a reason why it only makes sense if the internet is one. That is why your WhatsApp connects to one specific person. And if you send an email to Andrew here, it will get to only Andrew, meaning it is one internet, but not one network. I hope I'm not losing people further. So I'll get back to this. So, to bring this global community online needs very many things. And, we know them, infrastructure. By the way, we all need power. Not power, power. This one. Without it, this discussion doesn't go anywhere. So it needs a lot of things. So power and the data centers, the cables, all those things, typically we call them infrastructure, but it is quite diverse. And it has very many players in there, okay? The other thing that it needs, when you are sending anything, isn't it, from your phone or whatever you are sending it from, are you sending it to someone's phone or you are sending it to someone? If you send me a message or an email, are you sending it to my phone or to me? So you're sending it to a person, isn't it? So at the end of that device is a person, isn't it? Now, the things that are very unique to people, to a person, one of them is the language that they understand. Sindio? So that means that if that language doesn't make sense to them, then whatever you send is in vain, okay? So at the end of the internet, you are trying to communicate to a person, to people. These people, they come in different languages and scripts. So I wanted to, demystify the belief that this is a technical discussion. It is, a quarter of it is probably technical, 3/4 of it is completely other thing. This is the work of linguists. How many are in languages in the room? So if someone, or if the image you got is that this is a technical discussion, that is not the case. The people that discuss languages, I think there's a slide where I saw scripts, I saw, what do you call that table? There's this table with characters. Anyone knows the name? There's a table that has got all the characters that you use to write per script. It is done by linguists, not engineers. So you have a role here, and this is not a purely technical exercise. There is a policy element to it, so that's why June is talking about the role of policymakers. So the slides are very many because we are trying to address each and every contribution that different stakeholders, including you as students, could bring into this discussion. What June did not say is that to make this script, what is a script? That's not an acronym. But what is a script? Because we are saying scripts, languages. Are we saying the same thing? So this is a language. Is it a language or letters? When you write N, like new, this is which script? This one. June is not supposed to answer. This is what you call Latin script. It's your A to Z or 0 to 9. So this is a script, and we understand this, isn't it? But there are other scripts, like, as we've seen, Arabic, for example, which doesn't look like this, isn't it? Or Chinese doesn't look like this, or Japanese. Now, they also use the same internet. We say the internet is one, remember. So they use the same internet. They use the same internet. Now, what we are saying is they should be able to use the internet as freely as those of us who only understand Latin. So if you only understand Chinese, you should be free to use Chinese, including on your email or your URL. So when you do www.unesco.something, you should do that in Chinese as well. Not just the body of the text, the URL itself. So if you look at business cards, most of them are in Latin script, even if you are a Chinese, because there is a big problem with universal acceptance. What is the problem? If you send that email to someone on the other side, the email will not arrive because of very many things. Why? When domain names were created, at ICANN we say all names were created equally. I believe so. So when these domain names were created, they were created equally. But the systems somehow discriminate them. The systems were then developed subsequently to recognize 2-letter and 3-letter names. So if you have a name like .Africa, which you probably are familiar with, which other name do you know that is not 3 letters? Anyone? Non-3-letter names. Gitau, do you have your gifts? Non-3-letter valid names. No name, no game, isn't it? Yes. Which one? Dot travel. Is that valid? And it's not 3 letters. Okay. So you should see me behind the tent. Any other name that is more than 3 letters that we know? Kanik is not allowed to answer. Anyone? Yes. .online? Like there are very many. There are more than 1,300. Imagine. They are very, very... We say this is the best university. I'm reconsidering that statement. Yes. Do we have .technology? I'll note that. But we will check very soon after this. So now, names have evolved. Today we have more than 1,300 generic names. And so that I don't confuse you, we have country names and generic names. How do I make it easy? Country names are 2 letters, like KE. The other ones that are 3 letters and more are called generic. So there are very many. But the systems discriminate anything that is more than 3 letters long. So if I send an email with an email address that is bob.something at, that ends with say .africa or .online or .travel or .durban or .joburg, you probably will not receive that email. It will just die a quiet death. You know, a quiet death. Like which one? That one. So that is what this is trying to resolve. So that all names can also be treated equally across the systems. So that your Chinese email, my Japanese email, your Arabic email should all arrive at their destinations. That is what this is about. And to achieve that, it takes very many different players. But until that is achieved, we cannot connect the last billion of the unconnected, who we have seen is in Africa and Asia. So we can have all the infrastructure in place. But if whatever is there is not in our respective languages, we will still have a digital divide. So that is why this is really, really critical. And our partnership with UNESCO is precisely to address that. Now, I said that we have, give or take around 1,300 new names today, or generic names. We are expanding that even further. So come August this year, probably we will start seeing new additional names that don't exist today, like .bob or .usiu. Who should own .usiu, by the way? So if I applied for it from ICANN, will I have a problem from here? Will someone say, no, you are not USIU? Or does it matter who owns it? You guys won't mind. Okay, so we'll put that to a test and probably have someone apply for .usiu. and then we see what happens. Because once I have the name, I can do whatever I like with it. I can put a website that describes USIU in a very nice way that forces them to look for me. You see where I'm heading to? That is the power of names. It actually is your identity online, and your identity is a global identity. Okay? So that is what this new GTLD program is about. It's about expanding the namespace further to bring on board names that don't exist today. They could be brand names, they could be country names, they could be, cultural names that you'd want to bring online. That is the opportunity that the world has today. The last time this was done was probably 14 years ago, in 2012. So it's a huge opportunity. But that will not make sense if there is problem with universal acceptance. So I hope that makes sense, and probably that is all I wanted to highlight. Thank you very much. June, did you finish? Okay, so back to the MC himself. Did you say Sergeant at Arms?
Thank you very much, Bob. Let's clap for him again. At this point, we'll take a few minutes to watch a quick video from UNESCO, Director for Digital Inclusion. Yes. So let's watch the screen for the video from UNESCO.
Dear friends, it's a pleasure to welcome you on this occasion of Universal Acceptance Day. I am Guilherme Canella, Director of the Division for Digital Inclusion and Policies and Digital Transformation here at UNESCO. Greetings from Paris. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event for being shortlisted through this year's call for proposals and for their dedication to celebrating this important milestone. I'm also commend the strong partnership and the valuable support provided by ACA in enabling these initiatives, which play a key role in advancing universal acceptance globally. In a more and more connected world, UA, Universal Acceptance, plays an important role in contributing to the Global Digital Compact and the WSIS Plus 20 review implementation, the World Summit of Information Society, both of which recognize the right of every individual to fully participate in digital life, while highlighting the importance of promoting digital inclusion and meaningful connectivity at all levels. I'm honored to share UNESCO's mandate and vision to promote multilingualism in cyberspace and ensure that all people and peoples, regardless of language, can fully participate in the digital world. This commitment is firmly grounded in the 2003 UNESCO recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace, which recognizes freedom of expression in the language of one's choice and access to multilingual information as fundamental freedoms and, of course, establish human rights. At UNESCO, we believe that linguistic diversity is essential for inclusive knowledge societies, and we work with governments, the private sector, civil society, and technical communities to foster multilingual digital content, accessible infrastructures, and open, inclusive, and online spaces for all as part of their human rights. Language is not only a means of communication, but also a cornerstone of cultural identity and knowledge that probably you know better than I do. In collaboration with ICANN, UNESCO has been actively advancing the universal acceptance agenda, ensuring that digital systems recognize and support all scripts and languages. This is essential for inclusion, diversity, and equal opportunity online, as well as the championing of human rights in the digital space. UNESCO's mandate is further reinforced through the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, led by UNESCO, which seeks to protect, revitalize and promote indigenous languages, including in digital environments, ensuring that indigenous peoples can fully exercise their linguistic rights online. UNESCO also recognized the role of developing inclusive language technologies and launched the Global Roadmap for Multilingualism in the Digital Era. This document provides a strategic framework to advance the ethical language technologies, including AI and frontier technologies, bridge digital linguistic inequalities, and support under-resourced and indigenous languages in digital transformation. We especially recognize the vital role of women and girls as leaders and knowledge bearers in preserving languages and promoting digital inclusion in their communities. Engaging the youth is central to our mission, as they are the innovators and future leaders shaping a more inclusive digital world. This is a crucial step in making the internet truly global, inclusive, and accessible to everyone. I wish all participants of UA Day productive and thought-provoking set of events. May this celebration reinforce our shared commitment to a multilingual and universally accessible internet, and leaving no language behind for a truly and human-centered digital future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that message from UNESCO. At this point, I want to invite a local representative from UNESCO, Jay Raleigh Terra. Have I said it right? All right, come on stage. Let's clap for her. She comes. Quick presentation. It's okay. I can move this.
Is it working? Or?
Yeah, it is.
Just a second. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Jay Raleigh Terra, or Jay Raleigh Terra, if you say it in my local language. I am an MIL specialist for media and information literacy specialist at UNESCO's Regional Office for Eastern Africa. And today I would like to talk to you about what UA is, even though we have seen that through the different presentation today. And I would like specifically to introduce you to UNESCO's work on building an inclusive digital future through multilingualism and universal acceptance. Also, if I have a too strong French accent, don't hesitate to tell me, and I will try to re-explain what I'm saying. As we have been discussing today, technology and multilingualism are deeply connected, and they should work in a cooperative manner. Though it is not the case, the linguistic divide is really real, as stated by the CEO in his opening remark. And today I would like to see with you the different activities that UNESCO has been doing. So yes, we do live in the AI and digital age, but we also live in a world where 2 million people are digitally excluded because of their language, because of the system as it is built, and because the system doesn't provide sufficient solution. 2 billion people, sorry, it's a lot. It is estimated that 370 million indigenous people are deprived from access to vital information, services and opportunities online. These information cover, for example, governmental information, business opportunities, information related to their studies, and so it has an impact on their lives. The scale of the linguistic divide is very significant. We estimate approximately 7,000 languages worldwide, when only 400 are meaningfully represented online. As we also saw earlier, 80% of online content is only produced in 12 languages, with English being the most prominent. One of the main issues is the unavailability of scripts. I think we have talked about that a lot during the presentation, and it was very insightful to see the different possibilities that exist, but it is still not enough. As a result, many languages, especially indigenous languages, indigenous and minority languages, are underrepresented, and they are disappearing on the digital space and potentially in the real life. This gap is reinforced with AI systems that continue to perform less effectively in low-resource languages. I don't know, do you know any AI that is operating in the native language, minority languages? No. Okay, yeah. So this is a real issue for people to access this kind of technology. To provide solution, the Pact for the Future and Global Digital Compact was adopted in 2024. It called for closing all digital divides, including language divides. It recognizes three main components. The first one is the need to promote and preserve cultural diversity, cultural heritage, and languages, especially for a fair use of AI, as I was stating earlier. It also advocates for an open source software, open data, open artificial intelligence models, and it also supports the creation of multilingual digital content. And I think this is the reason we are all here today. The commitment reaffirmed to the WIS Plus 20 review reminds us that too many communities still face limited access to meaningful content, particularly in locally relevant languages. They will continue to struggle with low level of digital literacy and skills if we do not provide trainings, capacity building, and also systems that will allow us to operate. This call for a multilingual nature of internet, as we have been stating a lot during the different presentation, it needs to include the adoption of internationalized domain names and continued progress toward universal acceptance. In parallel to this work, UNESCO has been developing multiple frameworks. So one of them is a recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace. My colleague Guilherme was mentioning it as it was voted in 2003. There is also the launch of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages that UNESCO is currently sharing. And there is also a very interesting initiative. It is the World Atlas of Languages. It is an online platform that references every languages and try to have a list of all of them, both in written and in voice option. And I highly invite you to visit this platform because I think you will learn a lot about languages across the world. There is also the global roadmap on multilingualism in the digital era, and of course, the collaboration with ICANN. UNESCO play a pillar role into this dynamic. As I said, we are sharing the Secretariat for the UN initiative for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. It is a powerful network that is gathering indigenous communities to preserve their languages. And we also worked on the World Atlas of Languages, as I was saying before. Building on these frameworks, the partnership between UNESCO and ICANN was formalized in 2025 through a Memorandum of Understanding. It is an integral part of UNESCO's commitment to advancing multilingualism in the digital space, and UA Day serves as one of its flagship activity. The objective of the UA Day today is to raise awareness and strengthen implementation capacity across all stakeholders. And within the partnership with ICANN, UNESCO try to ensure that UA efforts are inclusive and connected to youth, communities, and regional context. Yeah. And again, through this cooperation with ICANN, we have developed a list of brief propositions for UA to play its role as a facilitator for multilingual internet. It provides a lot of different frameworks, from technical foundations to current gaps, to challenges and policies recommendation from different stakeholders. And it also highlights that achieving multilingualism online require coordinated efforts across multi-stakeholders. And to add to the ICANN presentation, universal access matters because it contributes to digital and economic growth, safeguarding the world's linguistic diversity and education delivery online. Those dimensions are very relevant for policymakers, and we should understand what UA is about. in many countries, especially in developing countries, enabling local languages domain names and email addresses can open markets for minorities and for indigenous communities. It can support entrepreneurship and support job creation that for people who are operating in the native language. So one of the key activities is that we must invest in capacity building program, and it comes with working with academic institutions, with NGOs, with the private sectors. Especially you mentioned earlier the registrars and software vendors, and it's very crucial that we do all work together in the same direction to promote multilingualism online. Yes, sorry. So these are some of the these are some of the suggested measurements for UA. So those are propositions that you can ask yourself when you develop policies. And I'm not going to read the question. You can take a picture, I think. But the main idea is that there is substantial work that needs to be done across UA in order to promote multilingualism. And that we need to work together. And those are ways to evaluate and integrate UA in your different activities. And linked to that, I also wanted to introduce you to two initiatives that UNESCO has been working on in the region. One of them is a project that is one of the most recent initiatives that we have done. It's an indigenous to indigenous capacity building project that is promoting local languages for people in Namibia. They are providing training to indigenous people in northern Tanzania. So it's a cross-border, cross-languages activities that is based on technology. And the technology is called CyberTrack. It's training young generation on biodiversity monitoring. And it also stimulates the use of the indigenous language in the area. I think it's a good example to see how languages and multilingualism and technology can work together, because it's not only about technology, it's about indigenous identity. And for many indigenous people, language is like more than a tool of communication. It carries entire system of knowledge. It carries a worldview. It carries a relationship to the land, to the water, and to the living being. And it's not because like technology should also encapsulate all those meaningful values. And contrary to the common belief that language only survive if they are written, most of the language, especially in Africa, are thriving through oral transmission. And this kind of initiatives shows that precisely. It is sustained by daily use and cultural motivation. It is a political choice that we need to make. Another project that I wanted to talk, it was the UNESCO tracker. I think there is a video, so if you want, I can share it with you so you can learn a little bit more about the initiative, especially because the video is in the local languages, so you will be able to see and to hear from their voices. And another example of a project that we have been doing specifically at the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa is the launch of the English Kiswahili AI Dictionary. This project is very important because, as I was saying earlier, there is not many examples of AI in indigenous languages, in different languages that are not English or French or Chinese at the moment. This project was a response to the recommendation from the UNESCO AI Readiness Assessment Report for Tanzania that stated that integrating local languages such as Kiswahili and indigenous knowledge system into AI dataset and interface would make technology accessible and relatable to a broader segment of the population. And I really do hope you agree with this statement. This is what we were trying to do with the AI dictionary. At the moment, we have collected a list of 109 AI terminologies with definitions. We have been working with some experts to have a common understanding and common translation of the terminologies, and they are available online. This platform also is collaborative, so I invite you all to visit this platform to see if you know the different translation of the terminologies and to see if you agree, because it is possible also to comment and to propose improvement for the terminologies that we posted online. This project helps us to bridge the digital divide and address multilingualism in AI technologies. And it's important that we continue this kind of initiatives at a global level. This is one of the many examples that could be developed to support multilingualism. Finally, to reply to the Koenig CEO, if we are ready for the UA, I wanted to emphasize on the three takeaway everyone should remember related to the UNESCO's work on that. Digital languages divide is a crisis of exclusion. As I was saying, 7,000 languages exist approximately, and only 400 are meaningfully represented online. And the crisis is really real. So this is the first key statement. The second one is a global framework exists. Solution has been developed by multiple actors at intergovernmental level, but also at local levels, at different state of decision. The Global Digital Compact, the WSIS +20 review, the UNESCO's multilinguist recommendation, they all commit to closing the digital divide. The UNESCO and ICANN partnership is also a concrete example of the work that we can do and that on the different activities that we can do together. And finally, universal acceptance requires everyone's effort. It requires the work of government, of tech companies, of civil society, of international organizations, and most of all, it requires the work of citizens also. We are all in this together if we want to fix the outdated regulation that block non-Latin transcripts and scripts online. Building technical capacity, embedding UA into education, and measure progress requires collective efforts, and no language should be left behind. So thank you very much for your kind attention. I hope I was not too boring with my presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you very much.
I didn't hear that clap. Thank you very much. At this point, I think I want to invite Professor Patrick Wamoy to take it from here. Karibu sana. Yes, are you? Where are you? You don't want to clap for your...
Therefore, I want to start my presentation. Thank you. And as we begin, as I said, that most of the things I will say have been said. So I will, and then therefore when they were finishing, I tried to modify my slide so that I can teach you my mother tongue. So because whatever they did was really massacring my presentations, and therefore I realized I'll have nothing to say. And therefore, I thought I would change this thing to say something different. So, my presentation is titled The Internet Digital Language Divide. She has mentioned it, June mentioned it, so everybody has talked about this. I want to look at the languages we speak. Somebody mentioned that we have 42 different languages in this country. I have tried to study different languages to see what I can fit in this country, and because I tell people I don't know which, I have only 3 sons, so I don't know which daughters-in-law I have, so I need to learn more languages, and for the sake of my grandchildren, and therefore, as we start, we can. As we look at this day, one of the challenge I have is that whenever I go, when I stayed in South Africa, they even removed my Wamoyo name. They used to like calling me Kanyi, which is my middle name, because Kanyi so is the morning sunrise, and they were happy with that. But everywhere I go, people will refer to me as Wamoyo, Wamuyu, or Wamoyo, and therefore, as we go online also, this is one of the main challenge. And as we talk about the Universal Acceptance Day, talking about an all-inclusive internet, the key thing is not only inclusive, but also multilingual. Can they be able to allow me to type my name properly? Because that's what would make me happy when I see not Wamoyo. I'm not Wamoyo. I'm not Wamuyu, but I'm Wamuyu. I would really like to see that. And therefore, this challenge is always there, and especially today with it, AI. Anyone who had challenge trying to detablisha with Safaricom, or when you use AI with the sound, and they always get it wrong, and you keep on repeating, and you realize that I cannot detablisha because it's giving me a different Wamoyo, Kanyai. What is that? That's not my name. And therefore, the language becomes a very key thing online. And we have tried to do a lot of digital inclusion. We have, anyway, going in this country, we are saying we have fiber in this 47 counties. But when I do research on social media use in Mandera, I find the old Somali ladies talking to their kids in Minnesota, grandchildren in Minnesota. They just start the WhatsApp, they do a voice record, and they send it. And the kid on the other side are able to listen. But what if we would like this grandma to type the words? Will the word be really typed the right way or not the right way? So because many African countries have 7 vowel systems. If you look at the Niger-Congo languages, the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Gikuyu, the Kimeru, the Gusi, or the Sotho-Swana families, including Sesotho and Swana, all these have 7 vowels, not like the Latin. So the people who are here, I modified this because you talk so much about this Latin, so I decided to go the African way. And because the Latin has the 5 vowels, so we as Africans, we are left. They talked about the Chinese, the Japanese, but nobody is really worried about us. The Kikuyu I write, the Toluo you write, has the tilde. And how does the internet see that when you're communicating? the Nilotic languages, the Maasai, you'll find the Kalenjin using even 7 to 10 vowels. So how do we have this captured on the internet? So unlike this 5 Latin vowels, so most of these other languages have these extra vowels. And this is where the darkness comes in. And actually, in this time of AI, voice recognitions, apart from pronunciations, when it comes to us writing, the challenge comes in. And I'll give an example of one of the most commonly used vowel, the I and the A. So the Kikuyus have 7, so they have the I and they have the A, which is pronounced differently. And they also have an O and a U. So here we have added tilde on top of those. And therefore, when you go online, how do I type to communicate the message that I have? And this has been one of the many challenges that we have because we're not able to really communicate when we are online. And we need to share our thoughts. So, for example, I want to use this example, and I'll also declare that I'm apolitical because I want to use some political examples. You might say Guto or Gutu. So these are 2 different words. So, but when you write them online, the second word has the tilde, which makes it Guto. But the first one is Gutu. They mean different things. When you write them, we have what we call lazy typing. So when you are typing this, and the people who are following the former DP, the Goto people, as they campaign, if they are lazy and they type Gutu, then they always make me happy because it means something very different. And when you do social media data analytics, the joy is there because they're saying the Goto people are going to remove the president. But when I try to understand it, in my understanding, Gutu means a blunt. It cannot cut. So when I see them saying Gutu, I say it cannot cut. And therefore, so their efforts are in futility. So, and there's a bigger difference. Because when this person is typing, I belong to the Gutu party, and this other, when just typing Gutu, they type Gutu. These 2 things mean differently. And that's the challenge we have when you're trying to do social media data analytics. Because when you run the AI algorithms to collect the data, will it collect the Gutu, which is the ear, or is it going to collect the blunt, something that is not sharp? So that's the main difference when you do data analytics. So let me use a very simple example here. And with this kind of typing, we end up having a lot of homographs in mostly our languages, our African languages. So in this case, I'm using an example of the word Iria. So you say Iria is an ocean or sea. Iria is the milk. Or you could say Iria is those ones. But if you now put Iria, you change from I, you put the tilde, it becomes that one. It automatically changes. And therefore, when you're online and you're participating in this debate, the problem is that currently, as Kenyans, we're always finding ourselves in a very awkward positions. You are sitting, you visit your mom in Kanyamkago or somewhere in Nyatike, and you find your grandmother watching this Indian speaking Dolu on TV, or this Indian speaking Kikuyu somewhere, or speaking Kamba somewhere. And when you look at these Indians, the cultural setting is different, isn't it? So you'd be expecting some things which are different, but because of you're watching this Indian speaking Kalenjin, Kipsigi somewhere, the romantic story that side cannot go very well with the Kalenjin man. The Indian love stories are very different from Kalenjin love stories, especially if you come from Nandi Hills. And therefore, the difference is very clear. So if you try to bring in this issue, online, you find you're trying to discuss a love story online, and the way you're typing it is very different if you have languages like the way we have. So you could be saying something different. Are you saying area? Are you saying area? Or are you saying about the ocean? About the milk? So the difference is, and that's, if you keep on talking about acceptance, the linguistic digital divide still remain there, especially because of how we are typing and articulating our issues. And this still remains very large. But the question is, why is this important? And I've given an example of the Goto with tilde, which is the ear. And in plural is mato, so many ears. And therefore, the guys of the DCP party, when they are typing, they usually are in a hurry, and they end up typing the Goto, which is a blunt subject. So the Goto without tilde is something blunt, something not sharp. So when they are saying we are going to win, and yet they are typing that they are like a knife that cannot cut. They are so they already defeated themselves in this case. And no matter the discussion they have, because they are Gutu, not Oto. So that's the difference between that. So we need and that's why we need to have systems that can allow us as African and African languages to be able to communicate. And I've said the reason why we have this challenge is for us, we are trying to study the Kenyan blogosphere, where we have a lot of, we do social media data analytics at SciMLab, and we analyze what do people usually talk online. And therefore we'll find people, when these people, we're starting to study the politics of Keno. You remember the Keno story last year? Look at the story of Keno. When you look at when Oburu says we want power because the power moved from the Goto thing. So we have to understand really, and we're trying to study all things online. When you're collecting data, we sometimes leave a lot of data uncollected because the people who are communicating, they type to Gutu instead of Goto. So that difference is there as we move along. And therefore, these close-minded vowels that bring us the tilde, the I with tilde and the U with tilde, they are often lost within the social media communications. Because a lot of these things is, you need to create and try to understand the context. Is someone talking about the sea area, or somebody is talking about the milk? So what is this person talking about? Is this politician talking about the ear, Goto, or is talking about this blunt thing that cannot cut? So that need to be very clear. But it's not, so a lot of things get lost. Because of that, we have this what we're calling the digital orthograph gap, because the keyboard does not have the tilde. The tilde is not there, and therefore, how do we move on from here? And a lot of people keep on asking me, why is it that we don't have it? Because other languages, when I learned German language, because young people nowadays like importing, so I thought my son could import a German lady, and therefore I tried to do, because I have been to villages in Luo Nyanza, Lachonyo, and every home has a Mzungu husband or a Mzungu wife. So, and therefore I thought also, it's acceptance. Yeah, so I thought that we should also try something like that. And then it's very interesting that when we share this, it becomes like, if you look at the way the language, so this gap, because we don't have this online, and we talk about the Japanese language, the Chinese language, theirs is very comprehensive. They're able to do all that. But for us, if you put that tilde, we end up with mojibeg, some kind of character transformation. And therefore, if you put it there, and you're trying to chat with this other person on their side, they're not really able to get what you're talking about, because the system automatically converts that text to garbage. And therefore, they are not understanding it. And we need to ensure that we're able to communicate. And therefore, you'll find a lot of people typing the the Goto without the tilde because they cannot be able to get the right Goto. So, and this is what we're talking about. The African digital space is alienated because we don't feel it. UNESCO is doing its part. ICANN is doing its part. So KENIC is doing its part. But are we really there? As we usually talk about when we talk about the fiber in Kenya or internet in Kenya, we say every location has fiber in this country. We're able to access it. But how many people are accessing that internet? And you realize there's a lot of people who cannot be able to access because of the cost. And also some places are not really fully covered. When you find a lot of young people sitting in Garden City or other malls enjoying free Wi-Fi, is it that they're out of choice? It's because they cannot actually afford it. So when you talk about this technical orientation, and you talk about inclusivity, we find a lot of these things are missing. But the question I had earlier was, tilde, if you look at Spanish keyboard, it's already there for the end sound. It's inbuilt there. For the Portuguese, we talk about Sao Paulo, it's already inbuilt there. For the German language, umlaut, it's already there. The keyboard takes care of that. In fact, for the German keyboard, they even go ahead and take care of one of the most commonly used there, the sharp S. It's already there. There's it. It's already there for them. But for me, I'll keep on trying to educate my people. If you're typing Goto, type Goto, not Gutu, so that they can be able to mobilize their people in the village. And therefore, the challenge is usually as a result of this lazy typing. And it has usually a lot of challenges. So when we're trying to collect data, we find, did this person say Mundu or Mondo? And these two are very different. And a lot of people like, because Mondo is very common. Many people like, whether you are the Luo or Luia, you like saying, where Mondo, isn't it? But when you're saying where Modo and then you write that, do you know what that means? That Modo means what? That's a slasher. So when you're saying you're calling somebody where Modo, yes, you are a slasher. So the meaning is very different. So when you type, and therefore, so because we don't have this, most Kikuyu speakers will just do the contextual method, they just type. But which now makes us, when we try to study and do social media data analytics using AI, we get little data, or we get misplaced data because the data we are getting is not getting the mundo because you're looking for the mundo. So the difference is there. Before, a few years ago, a lot of people used to use the substitution. So if you want to represent the tilde I, which is A in Kikuyu, we could do that with a 7 so that people could understand. But nowadays, the modern website and smartphone have been able to try and change this a bit by doing long press so you can get it. But sometimes, have you realized it's not very clear whether it is really the tilde or just a slash inside the U. So it doesn't make a lot of difference. And therefore, we still go back to the same challenge that we have. And therefore, we find, for the students who are there doing data science, we still find our people are teaching who are interested in data analytics. There's that huge challenge there because a lot of data is lost because of the typing, because of our African languages. So within African languages, as we communicate, so we need to think about how do we get the right information, how do we get to communicate properly, because even when UNESCO is here, the ICANN is here, there are a number of things that are there. Are we narrowing the divide? Or are we broadening the divide? So traditional has been, let the African languages fit the old ASCII format, so that we just use the Latin without necessarily ignoring our Kamba, we ignoring our Somali. We ignore all these things that we are familiar with. And the key thing also is the algorithmic bias, where they don't recognize those words, which usually makes me, to some people, Wamoyo, to some people, Wamuyu, yet I'm Wamoyo. So these are the differences that we find there. So if you're trying to look to get information, we always miss some information there in. So the use of universal character set has tried to lessen this in terms of web search. It works well. But the future would want to see these dynamic keyboards that also take care of these 9 Kalenjin vowels or 10 Masai vowels, so that we can be able to move well. We also need to have natural language processing softwares that will allow us to analyze our data if they can be able to capture the vowels, because that's where we are failing. We are not able to get it right. So beyond this, we also need to enhance the Koenig and the icon, the website optimizations, so that this discovery gap that is there, because we may not be able to have the URL www.modo.com. Most system will just flatten and make it Mundu. And we have said these 2 words mean something different. And if they mean something different, then the question we're asking is, why does this still happen? Yet we have umlaut in German, Portuguese, and Spanish. But we're saying the priorities IBM and Microsoft gave was because German was a massive economic market. So even you, Kikuyu here, saying we have Thailand of numbers, it was not market big enough to invite IBM to try to take care of your tilde. So even the Thailand of numbers cannot work in the global world. So because for example, when you buy a keyboard in Germany, it has those things in it. While you are still struggling here with your Kikuyu and other things. We know mobile first. A long press on Android and iOS allows you to type with it, but as I mentioned, they still remain not very, 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 very clear. So for us, the main challenge we have is at this age of AI, we're not able to really analyze and get the right data. It's easier to collect data, but if you try to get when Oburu Odinga is in somewhere in Bondo trying to, and our president all moves to their mother tongue, we're not able to get that data there. And a lot of people, and I realized Kenyans are very funny. When they go to Twitter, they quickly like changing the mother tongue so that we don't understand that. And that's the data we lose. But I later learned that most people, apart from us who listen to Ghetto Radio, which also is very funny because if you're trying to collect data from Ghetto Radio, what is Wagwan? Most of those things we don't even understand them, isn't it? And even the way they would write them may not be. So you and your Cheng, how do we really collect data that you mix the Tholuo word with the Kikuyu word and a Kamba word in some Digo language? So how do we interpret this Taita girl you are dating when you start mixing the Tholuo and the Kamba and the Taita language? So it's not very easy for us to get that data. And therefore, these data collection gaps remain there. Even if we try to optimize the web search and collect the data, the language barrier and the language divide online remains very high. So I would wish that we can be able to do more with this, so that we can be able to solve most of the challenges. Because if you go online and I love this model, so I love this person, it's easy to get that. But if I say I love, then I don't put the tilde, it's right, Mundu says I love a machete. I love a slasher. And when I try to do an analysis, collect data, already TikTok and X will have flagged this as a violent tweet. So it cannot give me that data because I said I love slasher and slashing people. But I'm saying this, I just love this person. And this is one of the huge issue that we find there. So the AI, as we try to work with it online, the challenges of language digital divide remain there. So language divide remain there, and it's very huge. And go look at your grandma as she, nowadays I'm surprised at how many of our grandmas spend times on TikTok. And they're not watching Kikuyu or the Luo or Masai or Samburu jokes. They are watching those funny Indonesian gaps. In Indonesian funny, or this guy from South Africa doing some funny things. So if you try to put that Mundu there, you love Mundu TikTok there, and you create a TikTok video of you love the Mundu. That Mundu thing is not going to be, the TikTok will actually quickly remove that because you are very violent with your love. So, and these are the things that we need to consider. So, one advantage we have is that we have a lot of people, and I don't know whether you're familiar with Masahane. You know that? With my little Zulu language from KwaZulu-Natal. So, the group Masahane trying to create AI for African languages so that we can be able to get more. Because a lot of content we put online with the African languages is usually very much suppressed. And Masahane is trying to bring this very well so that we can be able to see. They are creating some script that will check whether when you typed Mundo and the TikTok suppressed it, whether it can be able to bring it back and it can be able still to collect that data. And that's the one of things. So whether you are Mundo or Mundo, thank you for listening to me.
Was that awesome or what? Very well done. Thank you very much. Let's clap for him again. Awesome. Very well presented. I think we have time for just 10 minutes of a quick break. Grab a cup of coffee, some juice, and then we get back for the next session, okay? So exactly, I'll give us 15 minutes, starting now. All right. For Team Koenig, Team Icon, Team... What, everyone? Okay. So before you go for your tea, let's just come this way. One photograph very quickly, and then we can go have tea. Sawa? So let's just come to the front. Cameramani, uko ready? So let's take 1 minute exactly. Please come to the front. Thanks. let's get in and settle down. Victor. Victor, Dan, come to the front. Andy, Karibu. Bob, Karibu. Come to the front. It's all right, no worries. Eric, there's a seat here for you. We're waiting for you. You're a big boss. Sit. You're a big boss. Watch Landy there hiding. And there's a seat here for him. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. You know I'm standing between you and lunch, so good afternoon. All right, good stuff. So at this point, we'll be listening to a representative from Kenya ICT Action Network, call them Kictanet. That was June's awesome laughter. Yeah, so let's welcome Neema. Please come on stage. Let's clap for her. Karibu sana. So this is Kictanet.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. How are you? How was your break? Fantastic. So thank you so much. My name is... Okay, I use this? Or okay. So my name is Neema Mujesia. I'm Kenyan. I come from a company known as Kictanet. I am their communication advisor. And let's say 4 years ago, I was a student. I just finished my studentship in 2024. So I became employed before I even got out of university. And that is something I'm going to share with you, how it's made possible with such convenings from different partners who are here to assist you as a university student to know where to tap in, especially in these spaces. So today I'm touching on a very loose topic. People don't like to talk about this topic so much. It's how the internet is used and was shaped by decision and how you can influence. Okay, so for us at Kictanet, we are a multi-stakeholder think tank for policy advocacy. I don't know, who knows what policy is? Anyone? Yes, June. We can have you first. What is policy? All right, we're going to learn that in a few. So we are a multi-stakeholder think tank for organizations, and we work a lot under policy issues related, and one of our guiding philosophy is to act as relevant ICT policy synergies between different multi-stakeholders, especially in the industry. And something interesting, we were founded actually in 2003 through a mailing list. A mailing list. Do you know what that is? Yeah, through a mailing list. So it was people having conversations on what needs to change. And through this, we formed a network of a non-profit. And by 2005, we were actually a legitimate loose network and an NGO, whereby we've grown into the Tech and Policy Forum. So under this, we actually have pillars that guide us in this company, which is policy advocacy. So policy advocacy basically is whereby, as I said, we were talking about, what needs to change in the internet, what needs to change in the ICT space. So through that advocacy space, we formed what are known as policies that can work with different synergies and multi-stakeholders. Something else we work on a lot and we like university students to be part of is research. So research, basically we do a lot of research in various capacities. So there's the issues of data protection, there's the issues of, the upcoming elections. We're actually going to be the next, it's now 2 years in being the tech observers during elections. So there we also require students to be part of that initiative. And through this, we are able to gather a lot of research that will assist us to become, what needs to change in certain areas. So there is data protections, there's digital inclusions for persons with disability, the other areas, there is cyber security, and those are some of the areas that we touch on. So we do a lot of capacity building, especially for students, and not only students, we work with politicians, we work with various stakeholders, businessmen, to ensure that they learn more about ICT policies. Now, let me just move to my topic of today. I wanted to talk about the digital life in 2026. And we've seen how many people have scrolled on something today? Okay. How many people have sent money today? Okay. How many people are learning online, something online? Hey. How many have received money actually? Bob is asking. Hey. Okay, so these are the common norms that we use every day. So there is the scrolling, every day we are scrolling. So what I want to do is I want to narrow down simply on what policy is and why it is needed, especially during this time and this stage of domain names. And something that I'm looking at is our everyday activity. So by this means that we are part and parcel of the system itself, right? And that gives us a right to become part of the to say what needs to be done in the systems. So these are just examples. And one thing you can take away is the M-Pesa just didn't become global mobile money leader by accident. There were policy choices that needed to be made, and also flexibility on regulatory issues. And this, wasn't made possible by anybody else. It's through your use through M-Pesa. You go and complain to customer care takes it up, and then they bring it back and say, now we have changed this to this. So you being an everyday user, you can determine the policies that govern the internet. Okay. So who decides how the network works? So why does the country block platforms? That is a question, while another protects open access. That is policy, simply said. There is another thing. Why are some technologies affordable and others restricted? That is a policy that they have. So these are policies. And one thing I need you to know is that you can be able to govern a policy. So in the 1960s, when I was not born yet, you know, so the internet was actually built on collaborations and volunteering from university students. And this is something you need to understand. And open systems, because it helped in solving the problems, especially when it came to building the origins of the system. So we need you here today to be part and parcel of this collaboration. Now, I know my colleagues have talked about domain names, IP addresses, and systems, but you know, when people started joining websites, emails, they joined systems, and systems had to be coordinated, because sometimes you will find that websites will fail, you'll find emails will break, you can't send an email, digital trust was not there. So they needed to be a structure in these systems. So if you look at the domain names, they needed to be a structure to ensure there's uniqueness, stability, and trust in the system. If you look at the IP addresses, they needed to be a location. A location means every device is connected and is able to communicate and is reachable. Another thing is the system needed coordination. And this is why it matters. Coordination keeps the system irreplaceable. Okay? So we need you here. So this is a story from one of our trustees. He was giving me in the 90s, in the 1999s, I think I was starting to maybe walk. Yeah. I think it's working somewhere there. So he says, that time in Kenya, if you send an email, you first have to say, if you wanted to send an email to someone, you first had to send an email request. And then now the volunteer who's there to coordinate with that the sent request takes it up, and then it goes under review through a technical requirement. And then after that, access is granted. Tell me, when will you receive your email? Yeah, so, you see, it's not really far-fetched in the 90s where we were. And there was a time in Kenya when internet access was not a plug and play. So now it's a plug and play, and it does not remind us just to consume the internet itself, but it's a place we've built it, and we've seen this through right now the .ke platforms. So let's embrace this technology. So these are some of the players, but my main player focus is you, the student. Your voice, your ideas, and participations help to shape the future of the internet. Now, policy is usually seen as an abstract at some point, but when you look at an example is this recent Data Protection Act that I don't know if you saw, it reached a point that people were saying, don't take me a picture in a club, I'm going to sue you. Then clubs had to put some restrictions, so access to personal data. So these actually are some of the examples on how decisions are made. Some people had to go and complain and say, may I just want to go and relax. Somebody comes with a picture, takes me, and I see it online. And I've actually said I'm not in that place. So data controllers, offices like the Office of the Data Protection Commission actually assists in governing these acts. So Data Protection Act. So in short, without policy, innovation cannot grow. And we need also to be accountable. So at KICTANet, coming to the end, almost the end of my presentation, this is actually the convenings that we have. So we have things to do with data protection, promoting awareness and dialogues. Something we are doing in Kenya right now, we're actually participating in curating the next data policy for AI. So we are really part and parcel of that. And internet shutdown concerns. You remember during the Gen Z protest, we actually first of the civil society organizations to call out some of the big techs. And they were like, why are you calling us out? Huh? Because just some few people are saying the internet is off. Are you sure about that information? So we really had to use a lot of systems to ensure that what information we are giving back, the information we are giving to them is accurate. So that shows actions are needed, especially in these systems of domains. We have the Youth Internet Governance Forum. This is a forum we really, can I say, appreciate having globally. We are actually at the forefront of Kenya in providing participation of the youth in the internet governance space. And next week we'll be having this convening. If you want to be part and parcel of this convening, we're actually calling for volunteers to come and just have a look and feel of what the internet governance space is and what policy looks like, especially with all that is happening right now. So this is just a sample of why policy matters. And there's the issue of access, privacy, AI systems, shutdowns. And some of the questions that are there is who gets connected, who can switch off your internet. So these are the regulatory things that govern your digital life. So this is like a digital roadmap to what happens, especially when it comes to policy matters. Now, during this Universal Acceptance Day, we are asking ourselves, like the previous speakers have asked, what language will work online, okay? Email to be recognized globally. Domain names to be accepted everywhere. So those are the three categories of inclusion matters, especially when it comes to the online space. So something we've done, and this is in line of a project that we are still working on, is we've developed an OGBV tracker that is globally universal. And through this tracker, we've been able to track, let's say just his 1061 cases in Kenya, and others we are continuing tracking through the Ushahidi platform. And this tracker has actually helped us to work together with police, to work together with other authorities to ensure that what is said online is being tracked. Because what we realize, if you don't show evidence, especially when it comes to policy issues, you cannot be able to, assist your case, especially when it comes to court matters. We've talked about languages. One of the things we've done this year, we've translated 6 languages into on online gender-based violence cases. So this is Ateso, Somali, Luya, Luo, Gikuyu, Swahili. So when you come to our tracker, you realize that some of these cases have been tracked there. So by us doing this, we are actually partnering with a company known as Midan to have this system in place, whereby now, when we are partnering with them, we can be able to see that these cases are interlinked into their devices and also the applications that they're forming right now, so that when we are tracking these cases, it's not just tracking out of the blues, but we are tracking in order of the languages that we've received. Now, we know that right now, we were discussing with June, actually during break time, how many Shembeteng languages are there. And me, I only know one, Lomboto, only one. There's no other that I know. So, we were saying that this is a start for most companies. We also have a company known as BuildUp, who we partner with. They have actually produced a Sheng WhatsApp platform where you can report these cases. So, apart from just having these languages, interpreted, this is a first step to ensure that things are done well. So yeah, so okay, it's me. It's Tevin. Yeah, so Tevin. So I want to highlight this event that is happening next week. It's actually where we conform to discuss policy matters issues. And from this time we've had what we call the Kenya Internet School of Governance. And I guess I have one of our students here who's been part of the Kenya. Yes, she's there. So she's done the course, she's almost finishing. And through this, she's been able to learn a lot. Those jargons that June was saying are really integrated here. So next week, we have the youth forum, where we are including most of the youth people to come, just, where you meet companies like Meta, Safaricom, and ask them really what is happening in this governance space. So that is something we are doing. And finally, we have the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. This you're also invited to. Now, where we stand as KICTANET is we are a multi-stakeholder think tank. And we are open to bringing in new voices. So in case you want to be part of any project that I've mentioned, please feel free. And we are really ready to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for her. Awesome. At this point, I want to invite one of our newer colleagues who will take us through the next session, which is a bit technical, but still I'm sure he'll make it very exciting. Let's clap for Emmanuel. Yeah. He promises to take all of 30 minutes or less.
Just a moment as I set up. I'm waiting for him to move. Sorry for that, just a moment. Thank you, everyone. So good, is it afternoon? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really glad to have all of you here today, even the ones who are joining online. My name is Emmanuel Mutinda Malusi, Cybersecurity and Application Analyst at KENIC. And today we're going to spend the next hour or so, the next 30 minutes or so, talking about something that quietly affects billions of people on the internet, and most of them have no idea it's even a problem. The topic is called universal acceptance, and I know that sounds like a really good phrase, but it's actually a very specific and a very technical challenge. And by the end of this session, you'll be able to explain it, why it matters, and what we can do about it. Apologies if I use any acronyms. I'm sure Gita will cover my fine. So this is our agenda for the day, our roadmap. So we'll start with what universal acceptance actually means and why it matters. Then we go one level deeper into the building blocks, how computers handle different languages, what internationalized domain names are, and how email addresses in an English script work. So don't worry if some of the terms sound unfamiliar. As we continue, I'm sure you'll be able to follow along. So think of it like layers of an onion. Each section adds one more layer of understanding. And one thing I want you to hold in your mind, this whole session is something that was shared earlier, that the internet was originally built in English. Almost everything else came later, and that's the root of the problem we are here to talk about. So what is universal acceptance? Okay. So first up, what is universal acceptance and why should we care about it? So I'll define universal acceptance very quickly. Universal acceptance means that all valid domain names and email addresses work in all software applications. That may sound very simple, but think about what it actually implies. Right now, today, there are millions of people around the world who can't register an email address using their own language script. So imagine not being able to sign up for a service just because that form does not accept your name in your alphabet. The impact of fixing this is quite huge. More consumer choice, real competition, and genuine access for people who currently feel like second-hand citizens of the internet. So these are actual examples of things that break universal acceptance. And I'm sure you remember the example that was shared to us earlier about absa.africa. So here you have example.sky, you have example.engineering. So these are perfectly valid domain names today, but many older software systems will reject them because they were written when all domains ended in .com, .org, .net, those short familiar endings. So anything longer or unusual gets rejected. Here in the third example, the one written in Unicode, that's actually Thai script. That's a domain name where everything is in Thai. It's 100% valid, but a huge number of applications will choke on it. And in the second part, we can also see that we have internationalized email addresses that may not work in some of the applications we have today. So let's make sure we understand the vocabulary that you're going to use today. So ASCII, as has been mentioned by the other presenters, is the classic English-based character set. That's letter A to letter Z, number 0 to number 9, and the hyphen. And Unicode is the most modern standard that covers virtually every script used by humans on Earth. So we'll go a little bit deeper on that shortly. So here, okay. So here I have some real-world data on how poorly internationalized email is supported. So the chart you're seeing right now shows the acceptance rate of native script email addresses across 50 local websites in 20 different countries. That's a total of 1,000 websites tested in 2025. So take a moment to look at that, and if you'll notice that most of the numbers are painfully low, and in most countries, fewer than a quarter of local websites, the websites for that particular country and for those particular people, they don't even accept an email address written in that country's own script. And if, over here, next to Japan, you can see Kenya. In 2025, when this was tested, there was less than 10% acceptance. So sessions like this are meant to increase the acceptance rate. So this, whatever you see here is the real problem in numbers, and it's not a theoretical concern. So again, this slide also shows how poorly the underlying email infrastructure supports email address internationalization. And this one is striking because out of 31.6 million email servers tested in January 2026, only about 28% support internationalized email addresses. That means that roughly 72% of the world's email infrastructure rejects emails that are not written in the standard way. So think about that for a second. You can have a perfectly valid, officially registered email address, but 7 out of 10 email servers in the world simply won't handle it correctly. And this again is why universal acceptance isn't just a nice to have. It's a fundamental equity issue for the internet. And the source of this data here is ICANN's own internet health tracking tool. And we'll be able to share a link to this as we share the rest of the resources. So these are the 5-step framework for UA readiness. And if you're a developer in the room, or if you're a developer listening, or if you manage systems that developers built, here's the framework to think about UA readiness. There are 5 checkpoints, and a system has to pass all 5 to be compliant. So first, a system needs to accept. So you need to ask yourself, can a user even type their characters into a field? Number 2, it needs to validate. Number 3, it needs to be able to process. It needs to be able to store and also display correctly. Think of it as a pipeline. If any of these 5 stages fails, the whole system fails the user. And this is not just about a single app. It applies across an enormous range of technology, as you're going to see on the next slide. So here we can see why UA is such a big challenge. It's not something one team or one company can fix in isolation. Look at the layers over here. So you have, here you have different systems that we use that all need to be UA ready for everyone on the internet to be able to access. So at the very top layer you have applications and websites. The next one you have social media and search engines. You have your programming languages and frameworks. You have your platforms, operating systems, and other system tools. So all of this need to be able to accept, validate, process, store, and display all domain names and email addresses. So here we're going to briefly introduce the 4 email agent types and explain why all of them must support EAI, or email address internationalization. So when most people think of email, they think of one thing: sending and receiving messages. But under the hood, email is actually a 4-part system, and every single part needs to support EAI for internationalized email to work end to end. So for email to work, we have something we call a mail user agent, and this is the app you use. Think of your Gmail, your Outlook, your Apple Mail. We have something we call a mail submission agent. So when you hit send, your mail user agent handles the email, hands off the email to a submission agent, which packages it up and gets it ready for delivery. After that, we have what we call a mail transfer agent. So you can think of this as the postal service of email. Finally, mail delivery agent. So this is the message on the other end. This receives the message on the other end and drops it into the recipient's mailbox. So all 4 must support EAI, and if any of them doesn't, the chain breaks. So one non-compliant mail transfer agent, for example, in the chain can drop or corrupt the message. As Bob shared earlier, sometimes you send an email or to those particular emails that end with the internationalized domains, and you don't know what happened to the message. So if any of them was not handled, was not made to handle that, the message is going to either drop or be corrupted. So to understand why these systems need updating, we need to understand the underlying technology. So remember at the start when we talked about the layers of an onion. So let's go one level deeper into something we call Unicode. So this next section gets a little bit more technical, but I'll try and keep it very grounded. So we are going to talk about how computers actually store and understand language, because that's the foundation everything else is built on. So we're going to define what a character is. So let's start at the absolute beginning. So what is a character? A character is any unit of textual information. So as you see over there in hello, the letter H, E, L, L, and O, all of them are characters. Now, how does a computer know what H is? Because for those doing anything tech related, we know that computers store information in numbers. So how does a computer know what H is? Because computers only speak in numbers, every character has to be assigned to a number. A character set is the list that maps those particular letters to numbers, or those particular characters to numbers. So ASCII was the original character set, and it was built in the 1960s for American English. So it covers 128 characters. That's the English alphabet, digits, and symbols. That was fine when the internet was mostly American researchers writing English text, but the internet grew, and ASCII can't represent Arabic, can't represent Chinese, Devanagari, which is what is used in India, Swahili special characters, and even our local languages, they have a lot of special characters, as the professor from USIU shared just before this. So before we go to Unicode, let's understand the specific concepts it's built on, starting with something we call code points. So a code point is simply the number assigned to a character. So think of it like a passport number. Every character in the Unicode system has one unique ID. The system currently has space for over 1 million code points, and as of now, around 150,000 are assigned to actual characters. So that means there's plenty of room for future scripts. But a code point is just an abstract number. When you actually display a character on the screen, you need another thing which we call a glyph, which we'll explain in the next slide. So a glyph is the visual representation of a character. And this distinction matters more than you'd think. As you can see there, take the two forms of letter A. In most fonts, lowercase a can look either like that or the next one. It does not seem very different, but one is slightly, one seems like it's in italics, and the other one seems like it's the A that we are used to. And Arabic makes this even more interesting, because many Arabic letters change depending on where they appear in a word. At the beginning, in the middle, or at the end. So one character can have 4 different visual representations or 4 different glyphs. So the display layer has to know which form to use based on the context. And here's a key point about storage. Data is always stored in the order keys are pressed on the keyboard, not in the visual reading order. So even right to left scripts like Arabic and Hebrew, the bytes are actually stored logically from the first typed to the last typed. The display layer handles the visual direction, and storage is always in logical order from the first typed to the last typed. So now that we have an idea of what characters and glyphs are, we can move to the next layer, which is understanding how computers actually save them to a file. That's something we call character encoding. So character encoding is a mechanism that converts abstract code points into actual bytes. These are either stored or transmitted over a network. So think of it this way. You have a character, which is the concept. You have the code point, which is the unique number, and you have an encoding system. This is the format used to pack these numbers into bytes for storage or transmission. So these are three distinct things, and they matter because if you store data with one encoding and try and read it with another, things break horribly. You can get garbled characters that look funny, and when they should be accented letters, for example. That's caused by what we call an encoding mismatch. So the world has largely convened on an encoding which we call UTF-8 as the standard encoding for the internet, so as to just standardize everything. And let me show you why. But first, let's quickly understand how we got here. So here's the origin story. ASCII was 7-bit, which means it could represent 128 characters. And that was enough for English. Then extended ASCII added an 8th bit to support up to 256 characters. This covered English now and some Western European languages. But 256 characters isn't nearly enough for Mandarin, which has thousands of commonly used characters, or Arabic, or even Japanese. So different companies invented their own encoding systems. There was Shift JIS for Japanese. There was the Big Five for traditional Chinese. There was ISO 8859 for Latin European languages. Dozens of systems, dozens of encoding mechanisms, and this caused a lot of incompatibility issues. So think of this nightmare scenario. A document created with one encoding opens in a system that assumes that a different encoding was used for that file. So that translates to a file that's completely unreadable, because it's like trying to decode something or trying to open a padlock using the wrong key, basically. So Unicode was created specifically to end that chaos. So that's one universal system that can represent every single language. That's what we call the Unicode standard. So let me explain what Unicode is just briefly and its scope. So the Unicode standard is the definitive answer to that problem we just talked about, of the different encoding mechanisms. So one standard that supports every script, every language, every character used in human writing, past, present, and future. So characters are organized by script. So all Latin characters, all Arabic characters, and all Chinese, Japanese, Korean characters. You can explore the full character charts here at unicode.org/charts, the link you see on the slide. So Unicode can actually be implemented in several ways, and this is what we call the different encoding formats. So we have different encoding formats. So we have UTF-8, as you can see over there, UTF-16, UTF-32, and UTF-8 is generally used in the domain name system because it's very easily reversible to ASCII, and it supports a larger number of character or a larger number of bytes. So for ASCII characters, which covers all English text, UTF-8 uses just 1 byte, same as the original ASCII, so there's no overhead over there. For Arabic characters, it uses 2 bytes. For Devanagari, that's Hindi, it uses 3 bytes. For Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, it uses 4 bytes. So this means if you have a document that's 90% English, some Arabic, UTF-8 stores that very efficiently because the English text takes just 1 byte per character, same as always. And the critical practical point here is if your system is reading data byte by byte, it must know the encoding in advance. Otherwise, you'll misread multi-byte characters entirely. But even with UTF-8 as the standard, here's one more challenge. The same visual character can sometimes be represented in different ways. That's the normalization problem. So here's a subtle but important problem. In Unicode, there are sometimes multiple valid ways to encode the same visual character. So look at the example on the slide over there on the screen. The letter E with the accent on top can be represented as U plus 00E8, or can be broken down, the E plus the accent to produce what we see there, U plus 0065 plus U 0300. This is what we call a decomposed form. Both produce the exact same visual result, but to a computer doing a simple byte by byte comparison, they are very different things because again our computers don't read them visually as you're reading them here. So here's why that's a real problem. So imagine you search an Arabic name in a database. The user typed it one way, the database stored it in a different way. So same word, different encoding. The search results return 0 even though the data is right there. So that's what we talked about earlier about being able to process correctly. So there are different forms of normalization which you're going to look at in this slide. So let me first define normalization. Normalization is the process of converting text to a consistent canonical form before you store it or compare it. So you pick a standard form and apply it everywhere. And on the screen, we can see the different normalization forms. And in domain names, we use normalization form C, which is fully composed. As we talked about in the previous slide, sometimes you can break the letter and add the accent, but what's used in domain names is the fully composed form. So it's the letter and the accent within the letter. So if you're building an application that handles domain names or internationalized text and you're not normalizing, you're going to have very subtle, very hard to debug bugs, and you should consider yourself warned. So now that you have Unicode under your belt, we can properly understand internationalized domain names. So this section is where Unicode meets the domain name system and things get a little bit interesting. So let's explain the structure of domain names and the evolution of TLDs. So let's all make sure we're on the same page about domain names before we go into internationalizing them. So a domain name is an ordered set of labels separated by dots. So as you can see here, www.example.co.uk. that's a domain name. It shows the UK here is the top level domain, the co is the second level, and example is the third level. So historically, TLDs were short. TLDs is what we're talking about here in the .uk part. So they were short traditionally. We had .com, .org, .net, .ke, .uk. Typically 2 or 3 characters, but the internet has expanded massively, and now TLDs can be much longer strings, as we were told in the morning by ICANN. You can have .technology, .engineering, .info, .google. So the list of valid TLDs again changes over time, and new ones are added and other ones are removed. So it's very important that you don't hard code the existing ones into your current systems, because they constantly change. So the best practice is to check against the actual root zone database. So what happens when we want domain names in non-ASCII scripts? So let's go to that. It's what we call internationalized domain names, or IDNs. So an IDN is simply a domain name where at least one label contains an ASCII character. The examples on the slide cover a range of scripts. We have Latin with the accent on the first example. We have Chinese on the second one. Have Arabic on the third one. And we have Thai on the last one. Thai is Thailand. So these are real, valid, registered domain names. They're not hypothetical. So one critical developer note here is that there have been 2 versions of the standard of processing IDNs. So we have IDNA 2003, which is the older, outdated version, and currently we have IDNA 2008, which is the current standard. They're not fully compatible. There are characters that one accepts, and there are characters that the other rejects. So if you're choosing a library to handle IDNs, again for the developers, make sure you're implementing the most recent standard, which is IDNA 2008. So libraries that implement the 2003 standard are still, again, very widespread, and they will cause subtle, hard to detect errors. So it's very important for you to always check your dependencies. So the clever part of IDNs is how they bridge the gap between human-readable Unicode and the ASCII-based DNS infrastructure. So we're going to talk about something called a label and the ULabel system. So this is the engineering magic part that makes IDNs work without requiring a complete overhaul of the DNS infrastructure that was built very many years ago. And it hasn't been updated in a number of years. So number one, we have what we call a ULabel. So this is the Unicode form that humans see and type. And this is what you see in your browser's address bar. Then we have the A label, the ASCII compatible encoded form the underlying DNS system uses. So even though we have internationalized domain names, it may be hard for the DNS system to completely understand, because remember, as we're making all these changes, as we're making all these updates, we're not touching the DNS infrastructure, but we still need to have it understand. So that's the magic of ULabel and A label. ULabel is what we can read. A label is translated into what the DNS can read, and we're going to get that shortly. So let's go into email address internationalization. So this is the final major technical section. So EAI is where everything we've covered from Unicode, normalization, IDNs come together in the context of email. And email is arguably where universal acceptance failures hurt the most. Again, going back to the morning example of .Africa. And this is very important because email is still the backbone of identity on the internet. So we can establish the base email address structures before introducing what email address internationalization is. So just to make sure we have the anatomy right, an email address has two parts separated by the @ symbol you can see over there. So we have the mailbox name, we have the @ and then we have the domain name. So the domain name can either be regular ASCII domain or IDN in a label. So as you can see over there, my name at example.org, that's the ulabel, and then the next one is not translated into a label, which the DNS can be able to translate properly. So in traditional email, the mailbox name, whatever comes before the @ was always in ASCII, and that's the limitation that EAI removes. So remember, ASCII is made up of only characters in the English language from A to Z, 0 to 9, and the hyphen. So EAI, International Email Address Internationalization, allows the mailbox to be in Unicode as well. So you can have the mailbox in your own script. So let's define EAI. So EAI, again, email address internationalization. So the mailbox can now be in Unicode using UTF-8. The domain part can remain in either ASCII or IDN. So for the first example, you can see there, Kevin with the accent at example.org. The mailbox name has an accented character over the letter E. Again, this was not possible before the concept of UA came in. The second one, you can see the mailbox is in Japanese. Again, something that was not possible with the very English internet as we know it. And then the third one, both sides. So the mailbox name and the domain name are in an ASCII scripts. So this might seem like a small change, but it's enormously significant. People whose names aren't represented in ASCII can now have email addresses that reflect their actual identity. So for the people whose names have accent, they can be able to now register the domain for email addresses, for domains with that accent without having to westernize it. But here's the catch, what we talked about earlier. Every part of the email delivery chain and every application that handles email needs to be able to understand UTF-8 in both the mailbox and the domain parts. That's the challenge that we are solving currently. So there's also the question of equivalent forms. Just like IDNs, email addresses have equivalent representations, as you'll see the next slide. So the first email address we see over there is written in a label. The next one is written in ulabel. So a label, as we said, is what we type into our browsers. Ulabel is what we type into our browsers. A label is how your computer understands it or translates it. So again, another very important point for developers. So your application must treat them as equivalent, because the two are actually the same email addresses, but now in different formats. So when I register with the first one, and I come to register with the second one, I should get an error instead of getting two different mailboxes. So the technical recommendation here is for backend processing and storage. You need to pick one form, either a label or ulabel, and use it consistently throughout. Don't mix them up. For displaying to users, always show the ulabel, which is the human readable Unicode form. For international processing, a label can be safer because it's pure ASCII. So now let's talk about the actual send and receive mechanics. So again, as we've said, your system needs to be able to both send and receive either form of the email addresses. And the key point here again is consistency. So whatever form you store internally, you need to stick to it. Mixing A labels and U labels in the same database is a recipe for duplicates, which we don't want. Again, it's also a recipe for lookup failures and authentication bugs. So this sounds very basic, but it's where a lot of systems fall down. So developers often handle the happy path. So this is the standard ASCII addresses perfectly well, and then discover their systems break on edge cases involving the accents we talked about. So non-Latin scripts or longer TLDs, UA readiness means the edge cases are treated the same as the standard case. So the final slide on email address internationalization. So we also need to clarify between the application and the mail server responsibilities. So there's an important division of responsibility here. Your application, which is your website, your form, or your backend, is responsible for getting the email address to the mail server correctly. The mail server is responsible for the actual delivery. So your application captures the email correctly, and then the mail server now is responsible for delivery. So the handover process needs to use libraries that are EAI compliant, and this is where, again, a lot of systems silently fail, because the developer did everything right, but used an email sending library that does not support UTF-8, which if you explore UA much deeper, you'll find that actually most of them currently do not support UTF-8 addresses, but it's a challenge that ICANN has done a lot of work in, which you'll see in the next slides. So how to make your mail server EAI compatible is outside the scope of this training. That's a deeper configuration topic, but we'll still be able to share with all of you resources on that. So let's wrap up with some practical takeaway and resources. So this is the last section where we are going to bring it all together and make sure you leave with something very useful. Not just knowledge, but actual steps to take. So ICANN, the organization that coordinates global internet naming, went through the journey themselves, and they've been able to document as a case study so that we can learn from them. So the very first stage is to get your systems working with all new longer ASCII TLDs. So your system currently needs to be able to process everything outside .com, .uk, .ke. So these are the .engineering, .photography, .healthcare. So we need to make sure our systems handle that correctly. And it's important to note that those are not internationalized. They're just longer than the standard TLDs we are used to. But many systems still reject them. Stage number 2 is we need to add support for IDNs. So IDNs, these are non-ASCII domain names in both Unicode, which is ULabel, and Punicode, which is the A label in which our computers understand. And then stage 3 is add full EAI support. So internationalized email addresses across all systems. So the important note here is you can't declare stage 3 complete without working on stage 2 and stage 1. So it's important to follow the different stages very sequentially. And you need to think of your organization's infrastructure like a staircase. So you can't skip steps, and you can't stand on a step without one foot on the floor. So here, now let's share some resources. So here's something practical. If you want to test EAI or set up an EAI compatible mail server, ICANN has an open source repository with a ready-made stack, which you can access using the GitHub link over there. There's also another one we call Mox. So Mox is a newer all-in-one mail server that ships with EAI support by default, along with DKIM, DMARC, and DANE. So these are different configurations for your mail server. So it's still in the pre-release phase, so it's not recommended that you use it for critical infrastructure, but you can use it for learning and for testing. And both need just a Linux server and a global IP address for you to be able to test. If you don't have a server, you can spin up a Docker container very quickly, and you can be able to test that out. So, for those of you in the educational context, because we're in a school currently, so teachers, curriculum designers, university administrators, ICANN has a UA curriculum, integration program, specifically for incorporating UA into computer science and information technology education. So if your institution wants to systematically train future developers for UA readiness, this is the program. So you can reach out to the email address written there, which is uaprogram@icann.org. Again, we'll be able to share all these resources with you. And the goal is to make UA a standard part of how developers are trained, so we don't keep shipping software that was never designed to handle the world's languages. So the next generation of developers should learn this from day one, which is why it's recommended for schools to start incorporating UA into their curriculum. So for more information again on UA, you can email uaprogram@icann.org or visit the URL you see over there, and you'll be able to kickstart your process of being UA ready or being UA compliant. So I'll end with this. So I'd like to leave you with a small Zulu-inspired lyric from an artist called Kabza De Small, which is Asibe Happy, Sizo Jabula, and it simply means let's be happy, let's celebrate, and in many ways that's exactly what universal acceptance is about. Building an internet where everyone is included, where every identity, every language, and every community can fully participate. Because when the internet works for everyone, then truly we can all be happy, as the lyric says. Thank you for your time.
You have a question? Okay. We'll take 2 questions. Your hand was up first. Do you have another mic?
Oh.
So, hi everyone. I'm Sharon Mudhoni, a student pursuing data science. So the question I had, your name remind me?
Emmanuel.
Also, as a data scientist at KENIC, you have access to sensitive registrant information. Given the Kenya Data Protection Act, how would you ensure your data pipelines remain compliant while still allowing for deep explanatory data analysis? For example, EDA. For example, how would you handle the names and ID numbers in your data set?
So for that, again, I'll go back to my point on consistency. So if you need to process the data in our database, which is basically what you've asked, you need to make sure that you store it consistently. So if you capture it using the ULabel, as we said, you need to either figure out if you'll store it in the ULabel itself or a label, so that will enable you to process it more accurately without any challenges.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No, so first of all, I think we didn't give Emmanuel enough round of applause. That was great. I felt like a student one more time. If Kennick people are not taking good care of you, we can have a chat. That was very great. Yeah, behind the tent. Like, yeah. This is very hard to explain. And I couldn't help imagining. There's a meme I saw. This is a build-up to my question. And if you can take me like 10 slides back, that's where my question is. There's a meme I saw where I think pupils in Uganda were responding to a question which read like, how many, I think they were Gen Zs, if not younger. And the question was, how many presidents of Uganda do you know? And they were sweating. Yes, this one. So they were sweating, and I hope we were not sweating through this. This was probably the simplest you could do to explain a very complicated thing. So thanks, Emmanuel. I mean, I'm just curious. I see things changing from Kevin downwards, ASCII all the way to fully IDN. But one thing is not changing. Is there a reason why the art is not changing? I don't know. I was just curious. Can it also be in any other form? Can it also change?
So I'll try and get that correctly. So how I understand, again, how when we described the format of email addresses, it's usually the mailbox name, that sign, which is the separator, and the domain name. So I think the art is pretty standard in terms of formatting of email addresses. So he said that's correct. Yeah.
Another clap for Emmanuel. I think he's done a fantastic job. We are almost at the end. We'll listen to Brian give a quick presentation, and then we'll be closing soon. Please come, Brian. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be very brief but practical. In the beginning, we were having Wi-Fi passwords displayed. I hope all of us were currently connected, or if not, to Fulize. So are we able to scan this QR code? Are we good? So we are going to do a practical session just to see what universal acceptance is all about. So this is going to be our first instance whereby you're going to receive an email from a universal accepted or compliant domain. Are we there? It's not working. The QR code. Okay. Oh, you can skip the ad. It's an ad. So for those of us who have managed to access it, has anyone been able to access it? Nice. So when you scroll down, you'll see something says subscribe with any email. Are you able to see that? Nice. So with your own email, you can proceed and subscribe. So you'll just feed in your name, your actual email address, then click on subscribe. Are we there? Are we there? So in your inbox, you'll be able to receive a subscription notification email from a universally configured domain name. Are we together? So allow me to do this. So basically what we're trying to show is as KENIC, we have developed a website that demonstrates universal acceptance. Let me just try and share it on this screen. Tevin, you can switch. Yeah, so we were supposed to receive such a thing. Then when you subscribe, you have an interface or a form that is universally accepted, whereby it can accept any name. We can see, for example, there the name is Kamau. Then when it comes to the email address, we have an Arabic name or any other name that we can actually think of when it comes to the domain namespace. At the top, you'll actually notice that the domain name that we're actually using is actually Arabic, and it's a .ac.ke. So it's actually possible when we're talking about a universally accepted domain name. Just to translate, that actually means Tandao, but now in Arabic. Yes. So I'm going to do a quick subscription here as Mtandao. So in my inbox, so my name is going to be Mtandao. Then my email address, and of course you just click subscribe, and upon subscribing I will get a notification in my inbox. So I'll switch quickly to my inbox. So this is my inbox, but now it's in a universally accepted domain name. So this is a round cube when we're talking about mail servers. Like my colleague has just explained, we have a different set when you're talking about configuring a mail server that uses a universally accepted domain name. So from here, you'll actually see, you can see my mail name, though it's not clear on the screen, but it's actually Mtandao at Mtandao in Arabic, then .ac.ke. Then the form has actually accepted my input using a universal enabled email address. Thereby, I'm able to receive this subscription notice. And for those of us who actually were able to press the subscription key and key in your details, you'll discover that you also got this, meaning that this is a practical example that it is possible, yet it is configurable for us to have an internet space that can actually accept any domain name in any language. For instance, today, if you are able to do this, you will count yourself among the first people to receive email addresses or an email subscription notice from a universal accepted domain name in Kenya. Because as we speak, this is the first that has ever been a domain name that is in Arabic in a .ac.ke in Kenya. So in partnership with our colleagues from ICANN, we have arranged this session to just show you it's actually possible. The learning materials, we're also going to share them as my colleague has just explained to us. And thank you so much for your audience. I'm done. Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Are you ready? Okay, good stuff. Thank you. Everybody has their phone right now. Lift your phone up, high up. Let me see your phone. iPhone. Okay, all phones. Some people don't have their phones. We need 100% participation in this, even for the people following online. So we'll share a QR code with a list of questions. That's what you have on your screen there. Just scan it, and let's see who the first 5 people are to give us all the answers. We'll have a nice surprise for you guys. So this will take all of 10 minutes, and I hope to get 100% participation in this QR survey. All right? So we'll give you 5 minutes, actually. It's a pretty straightforward one. DJ, you can play some music, and let's take it from there. Raise your hand when you're done. If you're done, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have 5 and Jay. We'll allow Jay because she's given us a fantastic presentation for that. So we've got 5. Everybody else? Done, done, done. 6, 7, 8, 8.5. So 1 more minute for everybody to finish. So did we all enjoy the content that was shared today by our presenters? I think they did a fantastic job. Yeah? All right, good stuff. So all the content that's been shared, we have access to it if you need to look at it again, maybe in your own time and pace. Yeah, so we'll be able to share this when we are sending you the certificates. But it is our hope that you'll be able to walk away with substantive learnings. Keep engaging. We have a lot of these events and activities happening throughout the year. So follow us on across all our socials. We're able to we'll be able to invite you and engage with you and be able to just disseminate as much information as possible. Yeah. Actually, you should ask that one. Social handle. What's a social handle for Kenik? Who wants to try? Yeah. Across all. Facebook. Yeah, Kenik.tld, Kenik_TLD. So just follow, like, share. We post a lot of information on a daily basis, actually. And you'll be able to really interact with the content that we have there. So thanks for that. Do you want to add something? So I think we'll be able to break in the next maybe 2 or so minutes. Right now, as you walk out, you'll be able to pick some merchandise we prepared for you. I think a bunch of you had been selected to do a short interview with our media team, so please remain behind. But as of now, I think I'm happy to declare the session closed. Asanteni sana. Thanks for your audience and for coming. So as you walk away, there'll be some goodies there for you to pick. Yes. So, thanks. Awesome. And I hope you all got a meal card, right? So there's lunch waiting for you at the main cafeteria. Eat, enjoy. Nimelipa. Nimelipa.